All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, first off, before I even start, if everybody could let me know if their streams are automatically pausing or buffering, or if everything looks okay. I know that I'm not live visually yet, but you should see my intro screen and hear me. Let me know if I'm automatically pausing and buffering, and I will wait for some responses there. On my side, everything looks fine from the streaming end, but I just pulled up my phone and tried to watch the stream back, and it was pausing. So I don't know if that is an issue with my phone or if there's an issue with my stream. But all indications on OBS, our streaming software, is I think we're good. I just want to double check before we get started. Will says sounds good. All right, let's get started then, and then if y'all have any buffering or pausing issues, just let me know. So, all good here in the UK, says Dave Roberts. All right, I think we're good then. Let's go right into it. So, hello everybody. My name is Andrew, and this is Rocket Future. Welcome. As usual for these testing streams, we're down here on the southern tip of South Padre Island. At Isablanca Park, and we have live views. Just about 5 miles away is SpaceX's Starbase facility, and on the launch pad right now is booster number 9. This is the booster that we expect to launch on the next integrated flight test, maybe sometime in the next couple weeks. It could take longer. Don't get your hopes up quite yet, but it is looking pretty good that this thing might happen pretty soon. So road was just closed at 3 p.m. Central Time. It is now just after 4 p.m. Central Time. And it looks like that SpaceX is getting ready for some sort of testing today. Now, we're not exactly sure what they're doing today, but it seems like most people in the community are thinking it could be a spin prime test, which we'll talk about what that means in just a second here. I'm just going to check in on chat and see that we're looking good. Good sound and video from Hungary. All right, so I think we're golden then. So I think that other issue was just on my receiving end when I was trying to watch the stream. So yeah, booster 9 on the pad. Spin prime. What is a spin prime? We've talked about this quite a few times, but this is a test that SpaceX likes to do prior to a static fire test. So basically, they basically shoot liquid oxygen through the lock side of the engines, and nothing ignites as long as everything goes right. Nothing ignites, and they spin up the turbo pumps, I guess, on the lock side of those engines. So if we see that today, that'll be great. This is not the most visual of tests. We will be able to see it from here, but no flames, no fire, no exhaust, no thrust. Actually, there is a little bit of an exhaust that comes out. So we'll see it. It'll basically look like a big dump of LOX underneath all of the engines there on Booster 9. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on. But before that, we would expect to see a lot of venting going on at the tank farm and the ground support equipment, as well as we would start to see the booster get just a little bit frosty. So we're probably still a long ways away from whatever this test is today. Could be a spin prime, could not be a spin prime, but we're just going to have to wait and see. So I'm going to jump on and off of commentary for a while here. I'm going to keep our live views up the whole time, but it is hot out here. I'm sweating, and I'm going to make sure that I spend some time in the Jeep in the AC here. So I'll pop in and out of commentary as we're seeing updates for what might be happening over there today. And I will also jump in. We'll talk about what has happened recently. Recently at Starbase, and what we expect to see at Starbase over the next few weeks. So in about 10 minutes, we'll talk a little bit about what we've seen recently over the last week or so here at Starbase, and then a little while after that, we'll talk about what's up next here at Starbase. So everybody's kind of getting excited. It's kind of like this weird, like, all the indications are showing that there's a pretty good chance that we might see a launch here soon, but I think we all know better this time to actually wait until there's a lot more evidence of a launch happening. So it's like everybody kind of wants to get excited, but is just kind of holding their horses until some more evidence comes out. It's not like nobody's like playing games about whether or not there's going to be a launch down here soon. It's about everything coming together in time. So the Marine Safety Information Bulletin was reposted for I believe the 8th of next month for a potential launch, but there's so much that has to come together between now and then. So we're just holding tight. But yeah, so that's good for now. Intro is good. I'm gonna be checking in on chat and chatting with y'all. I'm gonna sit in the AC for a little bit. I just finished getting set up, so I definitely just want to sit for a few minutes and have some water and just cool down, and then we'll jump back into commentary. In the meantime, let me just welcome everybody in. Welcome Dave Roberts. Welcome Andy M. Welcome Detroit Mission Control. Welcome Jimatek. Good to see you, Jimatek, in here. Thank you. Space Girl Falcon is here. Welcome. Will says no frosting yet. How do we know that they are testing? That's a great question. And the first thing we would see is the ground support equipment and tank farm getting a bit frosty. I mean, a bit venti, I should say. So I don't see any indication of any testing yet. Space Junkie says, this place is oh so familiar to us Space Junkies. This is where we first met, right, Andrew? Absolutely. That was the first time I met y'all and your crew. Very, very good day that was. That was a nice static fire. I believe that was the first... Was that the first... homogeneous pressurization static fire? I think it was a long static fire, like 30 seconds or something, right? Or 25 maybe. Dennis is here. Dave Roberts, Will. So yeah, welcome in everybody. I'm going to transfer over to my driver's seat here, but I will still have chat and the microphone with me. Okay. So yeah, we'll be just keeping an eye on what's happening over there, jumping in and off of commentary, but it might be a while until we see this testing. And we're only kind of we only have a best guess at what we could be seeing today, and you know the best guess is a spin prime, but we really don't exactly know what could be tested. But I wanted to go live either way today just to test the encoding changes we've had on the stream. So for anybody that is not super technical, YouTube recently announced that they're supporting a different technology that encodes and decodes the stream. I could get into what encoding and decoding is, but I would just say, if you're curious, Google it. But basically, long story short, is I should be able to get the same or better quality out of the same bit rate. So basically what that means is I don't have a ton of bandwidth with Starlink, but I should be able to lower the bit rate, which means I'm sending less data and using less of the available bandwidth that I have, but still getting the same or better quality to you and to YouTube, which should allow for better stability of the stream, less dropouts and all that stuff. So as the stream's going on today, give me a heads up how we're looking, how we're sounding. But so far I am seeing less frames dropped, I think. So that's great. And not only are we streaming to YouTube today, but we're also streaming to X, Facebook, and some other platforms as well. So if anybody's tuning in on those platforms, welcome and thank you for joining us here today. Raptor version 3 is here. Welcome, Raptor V3. I'm curious when we're going to see the first Raptor V3 in the wild. and if we're going to be able to tell the difference visually between a version 2 and a version 3. Today's road closure is it's a long one. I doubt that we're gonna get into a situation where it matters, but I think it goes until like 3 a.m. Central Time. So we're talking like 11 hours. But we really haven't seen them do any testing here after dark since since I think Starhopper. With the exception of some ground support testing, some and tank farm testing, that type of stuff. But generally speaking, we don't see them do a lot of testing at sundown. So that's about a little less than 4 hours from now, I think. Definitely, sunset is definitely seeming to be earlier in the afternoon, that time of the year now. When is the next daylight savings switch? Not looking forward to that. In about 5 minutes, I'll jump back on camera here, and we're going to talk a little bit about the events of Starbase over the last week or so. It's been an interesting week here, so we'll cover all of that. Dave Roberts says, keep up the good work, Andrew. Hope we see OFT2 before the end of 2023. Thank you very much, Dave. I very much appreciate that. And I would say I think it's looking really good before the next launch here. Now, we've talked about this in recent streams. There are a couple things kind of out of the control of SpaceX. We're talking FAA, that type of stuff, which could always delay it for an indeterminate amount of time. However, I wouldn't expect to see things like the MSIB start popping up if SpaceX thought that it was going to take until 2024 for them to get all of the stuff back from the FAA and approval to launch. So at this very moment, I'm feeling pretty good about a launch. Honestly, in the next month, but again, don't bet on it. But things are looking a lot better than they were a couple months ago. I'll say that. We might be having this same exact conversation here and again in February, saying that we might be a month from launch, but we just don't know. Aiden C says September 8th. So Aiden C, September 8th was the Marine Safety Information Bulletin, the new date for that. I wouldn't put too much stock into that yet. I wouldn't go buying flights for anything for that yet. Now, is it possible that they end up launching September 8th? Sure, definitely possible. But it's just a little early to know for sure. But it is a good sign, again, that we're starting to see notices pop up for that date. So keep your eyes peeled on September 8th. Anybody watch the lunar mission, the ISRO lunar mission? Anybody watch that landing? That was really cool. Another nation makes it to the moon's surface. That's pretty cool. India is now on the moon. In other news, I think there's a Rocket Lab launch today as well. Is that correct? Rocket Lab 51 minutes ago tweets out or sends a post out. Another surprise. For the first time, we're launching with a pre-flown Rutherford engine today. This is a major step towards evolving Electron into a reusable rocket. So that's cool that Rocket Lab is using an engine that they've recovered from a previous mission. What time is their launch today? $7:45 Eastern, so 6:45 Central. It's a couple hours from now. All right, I'm gonna jump in front of the camera here, and we'll talk a little bit about what has happened here at Starbase over the last week. Space Girl Falcon says, let's hope we won't be waiting into the next year. I agree 100%. Space Girl Falcon watched the lunar mission. T. Evans NC is here and says, afternoon all. Welcome T. Evans NC, and welcome, and thank you for being a member of this channel. Very much appreciate you. Aiden watched as well. Nick says, I want SpaceX to land on the moon. You know, Nick, I think there's a pretty dang good chance of that happening, and happening sometime in the not too distant future. All right, let's go. Let's chat a little bit here. 1 second. So for anybody just joining, we are waiting to see what SpaceX is up to today. They got a road closure going, and we're not exactly sure what they might be testing. Our best guess is a potential spin prime test. We talked a little bit about that a few minutes ago, about what that means. So if you missed that, feel free to rewind a little bit, and we explain what a spin prime test is. But now let's talk a little bit about, I'm just trying to see if I see any venting or anything coming from the GSC, but I don't see anything from this angle yet. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw here happen in the last week or so. So a little while ago, we saw Booster 9 get rolled back to the build site, and it spent some time over there in the build site. And it turns out it was there probably for multiple reasons, but one most important reason was to get the hot staging ring installed. So if you look very closely, I don't even know if you can tell from this distance, but Booster 9 got a little bit taller. They added that hot staging ring above Booster 9. I just kind of yanked this cable, just checking. Yeah, we're still talking. They just installed that hot staging ring on top of the booster. So what exactly is that, and what does that mean? Well, next time Starship launches a fully integrated Starship rocket, both the first stage, Super Heavy, and the upper stage, Starship, together on an orbital-like launch, similar to what we saw on April 20th. they're going to change things up a little bit with staging, and staging is when the two rockets come apart, the two pieces of the rocket come apart. This time, they want to ignite Starship engines, while 3 of Super Heavy's engines are still igniting, or still lit and still producing thrust. So basically, there's not going to be any moment of deceleration if everything works according to plan, or a lot less deceleration, but when staging happens. So now what we want to see is a lot of the engines shut down in the booster, with maybe the exception of 3. That's what we're starting to see some hints of. And then Starship will ignite some engines, and just for a fraction of a second probably, the two pieces will be connected while Starship is still igniting its engines. So this vented section that goes between Starship and the booster will allow for that thrust to go somewhere that's not directly into the booster. So we're hoping to see booster survive. We're hoping to see both vehicles survive that maneuver. We're not exactly sure how it's going to work yet, but we should trust SpaceX that they've done the work to make sure that this was at least worth trying. Will it be 100% successful? We just don't know, but we should expect that it's worth trying, and if it does work, it could end up being the right move for SpaceX. Again, this is the iterative development that we've been hearing about SpaceX for so long, that we saw in their previous vehicles, and now we're seeing with the full stack, which is really cool. So that does make everything a little bit taller. The booster is a little bit taller, and the Starship will sit a little bit taller on the pad. They actually had to move the quick disconnect arm that connects up to the ship. They actually had to raise that up a little bit. So that's the integration tower. The launch tower is basically set up specifically to only receive a full stack in this configuration with this hot stage adapter now. Now, if they decide that they actually don't want to go this route, they can always lower that arm again. But so yeah, we saw Booster 9 get the hot staging ring installed, and then we saw Booster 9 yesterday roll out from the build site down to the launch site where you see it now, and it was lifted onto the orbital launch mount. So that was really, really exciting to see. Maybe the last time that we see Booster 9 rolled out to the pad, and it might stay on the pad until the day it launches. Which would be really, really cool, and that would be a good indication that we're getting a lot closer. Now, there was a lot of boots that were installed, basically protective coverings over all of the engines, and I'm curious if anybody here knows, checking on things, if anybody here knows if those boots were removed prior to today's testing window. If anybody happens to know if those were removed, let me know, because they're not going to be doing a spin prime with those boots on, that's for sure. Other than that, obviously just constant work at Starbase. They're still building the Star Factory. The other big piece of news is that they're starting to demolish the mid-bay. Mid-bay? Yeah, the mid-bay. Mid-bay, high bay, mega bay. Took me a second there. So we've seen a lot of the older buildings come down. We saw the windbreak come down. We've seen some of the tents come down. And it looks like the next to go is the mid-bay. So we expect to kind of see that thing come down really any day now. I'm surprised it's not already down. And we anticipate that we might see another similar-sized building to the Mega Bay go up there. But that's just some speculation, educated speculation from the community. So we'll see what ends up happening there. I do have chat on my phone. See if anybody has any comments about whether they removed those boots. Dave's just thinking of food at a time like this. That's funny. Oh, that actually reminds me, I forgot my snacks, which is terrible, actually. So that's kind of what we've seen happen over the last week or so here at Starbase. This seems to be all in preparation for whenever their next launch attempt is. Of course, we're going to need to see the ship, Ship 25, make it back down to the launch complex as well. So that's something that I'm keeping my eye on and hope to see relatively soon, especially hypothetically if they spin prime this thing today and they go for a static fire sometime in the next couple days. If that's even on their agenda, we'll have to see. Then I think the booster is kind of good to go, and I would expect to see the ship start making its way back down to the launch complex relatively soon. And we may see the first full stack of Booster 9 and Ship 25 after that moment. So that hopefully catches you up on what has happened here at Starbase recently. I will again sit inside the Jeep here for a bit and cool off and answer any questions y'all have in chat. I will have the microphone and chat with me. In a little while, we'll talk about what's upcoming to Starbase, what we might see over the next week or two, or maybe the next month or two if things really get exciting. So Space Girl Falcon says she's not positive about whether or not they removed those boots or not. I would be very curious. Maybe I'll tune into NSF for a moment to check. But yeah, let's bring you back full screen. And I'm going to sit here for a few minutes and cool off while I am reading chat. Nick says, I hope Booster 9 hot staging rings successful. I do too. I really do. I hope so. And I think it will. One thing I actually wanted to talk about, but now that I'm sitting in the Jeep, I'm not going to get back out for a few more minutes, then we can just talk about it from here, is the tropical storm that came through. So a few days ago, the National Hurricane Center started tracking a low-pressure system that was in the Gulf of Mexico. And long story short, that low-pressure system ended up becoming a tropical storm, Harold, right? Yeah, tropical storm Harold. And for a while, it was looking like there was a decent chance it could have been pretty close to a direct hit around here, around South Padre Island, Port Isabel, and maybe even Brownsville. It's only 5 miles south of here. So we were definitely in the path of, possible direct hits. By the time the storm came, it wasn't overly concerning or strong. That being said, it did produce, sustained winds up to 50 miles per hour, a ton of rain. There was some tornado warnings, but none of it really hit us here on South Padre Island or Starbase. It just barely kind of wobbled to the north before it got here. So we here only got maybe an hour of 30 mile per hour winds on the 21st, the day before it really hit. And then we really didn't get any direct impact at all other than rain. There wasn't really any wind after that first hour. But just a few miles north of us, they did get hit pretty good. Nothing extensive damage. This was, this is a tropical storm. It's, something you want to pay attention to and be careful about, but nothing as strong as a hurricane. But if it had hit us directly here, or it hit Starbase directly, it would have definitely been interesting to see, how the flooding situation was. I don't think there would have been much concern with the wind. I don't know if they'd want a booster on the pad with that much wind, but otherwise, I think all would have been good. But it brings up the question: how will Starbase handle a hurricane if that was to ever happen? This very well could have intensified. It could have been a hurricane. The path could have been different. So it definitely brings up those questions, and I'm curious to see what plans are in place with Starbase for that type of an event. It's been a while since a real hurricane has hit here, but it does happen. So we'll have to see if that's ever a concern for the future. Space Girl Falcon says, be sure to hydrate. I will do that right now, actually. Joseph says, thanks for getting out there to cover this. No problem, Joseph. It is my pleasure. It's hot, but I do, that's why I'm down here. I'm excited to be out here and doing this stuff. My dad is here. Welcome, Dad. He says, what's up? Not too much. Just waiting to see if we're going to see any testing happening here today. I don't see any indication of anything yet. Do I see maybe the Pope Stack vent going a little bit maybe? It's really hard to tell. My dad is saying the peak of the season should be right around 9:15. And the water is very hot. It could be dicey. Yeah, it was pretty crazy how the tropics just all of a sudden blew up like that. Now there is like, if people are weather nerds, I'm kind of a weather nerd. We do know that there was like the El Nino, and that led to a weather pattern where there was basically wind shear off the east coast of the continental United States, which helps keep these hurricanes away. Which actually looked like we saw that in action and kind of working for a couple of these last storms. Now, of course, like Caribbean, definitely at risk in Cuba and that whole area. And then we saw these low pressure storms make it through to the Gulf. So we definitely have some more time to be keeping our eyes out to see what happens there. And I think the El Nino is not as strong as people were expecting. So I think that impacts how strong that wind shear situation is. So we'll have to see. My dad says the one heading out of the DR right now is going to blow up again, heading to Bermuda. Yikes. Yeah, I saw one of those paths looked really interesting, almost like it was curving back. And I know historically we've seen some storms that kind of go in a big circle and then recycle. So I was wondering if that was going to happen. It sounds like maybe it is. Raptor engine 300 bar. I hope it's testing very well. Yeah, there was some concerns about Raptor reliability, especially after this last static fire attempt, but people are starting to wonder if it wasn't necessarily the Raptor's reliability that we have to be worried about, but just the spin-up process and the ignition process for the engines. So we saw a lot of GSE testing after the booster was removed from the pad, and there's a lot of educated speculation regarding how that may impact how the engines ignite. So maybe they've already tested and have made some improvements there. We'll have to see. Northeast, but New England may see some residual next Tuesday. Gotcha. If you're hanging out with us here today, and just like myself, just hanging out to see what happens, if anything, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting in so far. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment. All of those things help us a lot They really do. So I really appreciate when you do things like that. It's a great way to help support the channel. But things are looking pretty quiet over there so far. At some point, I might go for a walk to see if the snack bar is open because I forgot my snacks, which is really just a terrible thing. I have some new equipment coming in on Friday that will help us. We're changing a little bit of how we're running the stream here, which should hopefully. We'll have to see. We're gonna play with it and test with it. The idea is hopefully it'll be more reliable. We actually haven't had hardly, knock on wood, I really haven't had any issues with reliability on these streams other than the occasional Starlink dropout and when we were having issues with our Starlink dish. But as far as the hardware that's running everything, we've been lucky. We haven't had a lot of failures. Camera issues and Starlink issues are what we had, but like our computers and all of our hardware and everything have been really nice to us. But the computer that we are using to run this stream has seen better days. It's getting a lot of hours in it. It's got a lot of Boca Chica sand just naturally from blowing around. It just, the reality of how things work down here, it has been dropped a couple times. So I'm concerned that this computer is going to go at any point. So we're switching things up a little bit. We got a new system that we're gonna set up here in the Jeep, and we're gonna test it. And if the testing goes well, then we'll implement it. If the testing doesn't go well, then we'll pivot and probably get something similar to what we have running everything right now. But the other benefit is the new setup should actually consume considerable less amount of power, which should allow us to have less battery restrictions for these streams. Not that that's been a huge problem, but it has been a concern a couple times. And it should make for easier setup, which is great. Anytime I can set up the stream quickly and easy is great. So I am thinking, I'm not positive about this yet, but I was considering that when I get all of the new equipment on Friday, that either on Friday or this weekend, I do kind of like a secret stream, meaning maybe I don't push it publicly, like not send notifications out, but for my members or people that are in my Discord or just anybody that hangs out, normally they can tune in. I'll probably even tweet about it, but like I said, I might not have the notification go to all the subscribers of this channel. But I was thinking about doing a stream where I set everything up and show you how it's all set up and a little bit of a Jeep tour. And I think it would be kind of cool. So if anybody's interested in that, let me know. But I think it would be kind of cool to stream that whole process. My dad is asking, what's the deal with the rocket from Russia crashing, and did I see that India landed on the moon today? Yeah, so both Russia and India both had lunar missions that were arriving at the moon, really close together, which was absolutely crazy. The Russia one didn't succeed in its landing. There was some failure that caused it to, I think crash into the surface. I forget exactly. I haven't looked. I haven't looked back to see exactly what happened. So I don't know if it's stuck in a lunar orbit or if it crashed into the surface of the moon or what. But yeah, the lander did fail. But today, India did successfully land on the moon with their lander, which was really, really awesome to see. Very exciting. Detroit Mission Control says, I'll save you some beef short ribs, Andrew. That sounds so good. I was actually not expecting it to be so hot today after the storm blew through. I thought, it would pull some of the humidity out of the air and cool it down, but it's actually insanely hot today. Space Junkie says Luna 25 sadly crashed into the moon. Yeah, so it did actually crash. Gotcha. Space Junkie says space is still hard. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? We still see a lot of failures. We still see a decent amount of failures with lunar missions, and we see a bunch of failures still with Mars missions. Knock on wood, low Earth orbit missions have been pretty stable, with the exception of new launch providers. They've had their fair share of failures getting to low Earth orbit, but space is still hard, that's for sure. It's hot like a sauna now. Yep, that is true. Hydration? Yeah, I'm hydrating. Should be good. The air is fairly clear though. We still have a decent amount of heat distortion, but not a ton. You can make out details across the canal here pretty well. Let's see, I'm gonna check in with, maybe I'll check in on NASA spaceflight streams. See if, I don't see any indication of anything major happening over there right now. It looks like Fire X was tested. Again, Fire X is the, detonation suppression technology that they have on the pad. Now, this was before they installed the water deluge. This is not the same thing. This is, I think it's nitrogen and water that gets sprayed, kind of atomized into the center of the OLM to push out and to dilute and push out any potential explosion causing gases under the OLM. Similar to what happened with Booster 7 way back in the day, where it was trying to go for a spin prime test. There was a detonation source, or an ignition source rather, and we saw a pretty big boom. So after that, they installed this Fire X system, which hopefully keeps that area safe from any unwanted detonations. But it sounds like they tested that earlier. That's something that we usually see before, I think usually before static fires, but I'm sure we probably see that before spin primes too. Again, not anticipating a static fire today. At most, I think we're expecting a spin prime. You never quite know, but given the fact that there's road closures tomorrow, I think probably we might see a spin prime today and a static fire in the next day or two. Generally speaking, I usually wait until we see OLM venting before we go live on these types of streams, but I figured we could start the stream up, and that way I could test this new encoding situation, which seems to be working great, by the way. You know what? I'm gonna stand up here in a couple minutes. I'm gonna go check what our stats are for the stream as far as like frame drop percentage and all that, stream health. And we'll talk. I'll go in front of camera again. We'll talk a little bit about what we're expecting to see at Starbase in the next few weeks. But yeah, I just figured we'd get it going because this is kind of first and foremost a test of the stream using the new encoder situation. So worst case scenario, if we're sitting here for a while and we don't see any indication of a spin prime, we could wrap up. Yeah, that is a possibility that we might have in the next couple hours here. But yeah, in about 3 minutes, I'll get back in front of camera and we'll talk about some things that we want to see coming up at Starbase. And Space Girl Falcon confirms not much at all, and FireX looked really good. Very good, very good. Spent a couple days in New York City and Pennsylvania last week. Was that last week or 2 weeks ago at this point? I guess it was not this past weekend, but the weekend before that. So as much as it was unfavorable to not be at Starbase for any testing that was happening for those few days, it was good to get into New York City and see a change of scenery, and just see different people, go to different restaurants, that type of stuff. So that was great. Went to Pennsylvania for an event for a couple nights. That was really fun. But now we're back here, and we're excited to see some testing happening, hopefully today and hopefully this week. I am bummed I didn't do I couldn't get the rollout of Booster 9 yesterday. As y'all probably know, it's very rare that we get a daytime rollout lately. And generally speaking, when we have a daytime rollout, I like to do the convoy streams where we follow the booster the whole way down the highway. And I've been wanting to do... I have a new strategy for those streams, which is going to increase the quality of them by hopefully a lot. So I wanted to get out there, but I had some work commitments that I really couldn't get out of. So that was a little unfortunate, but that's all right. Everybody did a good job at covering that. So I was able to watch that after the fact. But happy to see Booster 9 back at the pad again. All right, I'm gonna get in front of the camera here in a second. I'm gonna get situated for that. We'll talk a little bit about the future of Starbase in the next few weeks, and we'll see how our stream health is doing. All right. Ben says, are there any prime numbers involved in the prime testing? Probably. I would imagine so. Okay, so I am looking at our stream health statistics here, and oh my goodness, we are only at 1.5% dropped frames. If you're at 1% dropped frames at home, that is actually kind of bad. But for our Starlink streams here, This 1.4% dropped frames is actually amazing. That is really, really awesome. I am very happy to see that, and I hope that is reproducible, replicatable. I hope that we can do every stream like that with this low of a dropped frame number. So that's great. It is a really clear day out here. So I imagine some of this is due to the encoding change, but some of it could be other influences as well. So we'll have to see over the next few streams if we can pull off this number of dropped frames. This is fantastic. Okay, so I am going back split screen. So. If you're just joining us, my name is Andrew, and this is Rocket Future. We're, again, waiting to see if there's any testing happening over at SpaceX today. We have indications that they're going to be doing some exciting testing today, but we'll have to wait and see. If you want to hear a little bit about what they could be testing, towards the beginning of the stream, we talked about that. You could rewind and check in on that. And then shortly after that, we talked about what we saw happen here at SpaceX at Starbase over the last couple weeks. So again, if you want to rewind and see that information, then you can do that as well. Now we can talk a little bit about what we're expecting to see here at Starbase in the coming days, weeks, and months. So we can only go off of what we're told and educated speculation. And educated speculation tells us there's a pretty good chance that there is going to be a spin prime test here today. And if that actually does happen, we have additional road closures tomorrow, and I believe possibly the day after that as well. And that could be reserved for a potential static fire. So let's say that we see a spin prime today. Let's see we say we see a static fire tomorrow. That is the next big milestone to really figuring out when this thing might actually go for its next launch. If the spin prime goes well and the static fire goes well, then, like I said, I would expect to see Starship S-25 start making its way down to the build site or the launch site. Shortly after that, I would expect to see the two vehicles get mated together and stacked. Somebody just drove by and waved. That was cool. And then we just are kind of awaiting those things that SpaceX doesn't necessarily have as much control over, like the FAA documentation and approvals and all of that. But spin prime goes well, static fire goes well. If all of their paperwork starts coming together, maybe they really will shoot for that September 8th date. We'll have to see. The MSIB has been posted. Next, we would have to see official word that that paperwork and those permits and everything have been given to SpaceX and approval to launch again. And once we see that, then I think game on, and we might actually start to see a second launch date sometime as soon as, heck, maybe it's going to be next month, which I would be very, very happy about that. A couple months ago, if you asked me, and I'm sure I said it on stream, I wasn't even sure that they'd be able to get a second one off this year. But if this goes well, and the FAA processes aren't a huge delay, we could see another launch from happening. And then let's get crazy for a second. Let's see they do launch again here next month. If that launch goes well, I think there's a chance we could see a third launch this year as well. Now, we won't even start talking about that until we even see a second launch, because again, there's things that could block this launch from happening until next year. I don't think that's going to happen, but it is possible. So so things could get exciting down here pretty quickly. So if you're new to keeping up with Starbase in the day-to-days, it's definitely the right time to start looking at what's happening every day here at Starbase, because really tomorrow all of a sudden we may learn that everything is coming together and they're really going to go for a launch early next month. So if you're thinking about coming down for the next launch, I wouldn't necessarily buy your tickets yet unless you got the money to buy fully refundable flights, which obviously cost more. But if you have that privilege, then you could consider starting to get flights. But I think it's too early. Wait until the static fire happens. Here's the other possibility. Let's see they spin prime today, static fire tomorrow, and they see more engines more engines that don't start up right, or they see other data that doesn't look right with the static fire. That could be further delay. So the day we see a full 33 engine static fire, that we have confirmation from SpaceX after that it looked good, that's the moment when we can start looking at dates seriously. So let's check in next week. If next week we say SpaceX did their static fire, it looks good, and everything else looks good, then we'll see what happens with a launch next month. But until then, let's just go day by day. And today we want to see a spin prime. No indication of them preparing for that yet. There was a Fire X test a little while ago. Nothing that you could really see great from here. But we're just going to hang tight and wait for that to happen. So let me check in with chat right now. Anonymity. Ben in the chat. Nick says, how many number engines for Starship Booster 9? There are 33 engines installed on Booster 9. Right now, that is the full number of engines that we expect to see on a super heavy booster. Same number of engines we saw on the last launch. And it is, I think, they raised from, 31 to 33 at some point. And they could always iterate again and change the amount of engines on booster, but I don't expect that to happen anytime soon, this deep in the process. But it absolutely could. But 33 engines. And then Starship S25, I think still only has its 6, but I believe that's expected to expand beyond 6 as well. You should track metrics over time. Wait, Aiden C says OP notice. So that is an overpressure notice. Could you expand a little bit on what you mean, Aiden C? Is somebody in the community saying that there was an overpressure notice given for either today or tomorrow, or are you just talking about things that we'll have to wait to see prior to a launch date? Because we will see an overpressure notice get published before a launch date. But yeah, Aiden, if you're seeing something about an overpressure notice being sent out for today or tomorrow, let me know, because that would definitely be an indication of what kind of testing we could see in the next couple days here. So very true about launch potential, right? Thanksgiving pre-Christmas launch would be awesome. That is awesome. That is true. Aiden C says yes. Folks, I'm going to check. I'm just going to check to see if I'll step into the Jeep here for a few minutes, and I'm going to do some searching just to see if Aiden C says not yet. Gotcha. Yeah, we would have to see an overpressure notice before a static fire. So probably if they do the spin prime today, we might see an overpressure notice for tomorrow. And that would be a great indication that we would see a static fire tomorrow. If you're hanging out with us here today, please don't forget to like, especially, and subscribe if you want to be notified of future streams. We generally speaking will go live for the most exciting activities down here at Starbase. So spin prime tests, cryo tests, static fires for sure, launches of course, booster rollouts, rollbacks, ship rollout, rollbacks. And all that good stuff. So actually a lot of that might be happening here in the next couple weeks. So if you want to see more of these streams, and we're not always 5 miles away. We're 5 miles away from the pad today. This is one of the closest spots you can get when they actually have the road closed for testing. but when they're moving rockets back and forth between the build site and the launch site, we're usually a couple hundred yards from the rockets, which is really, really cool. A few hundred yards. Right up close and personal. But thanks for everybody who's stopped by here today so far. Jimatek says that, sorry I have to go, getting late here, check back tomorrow with what happened, have a nice day. You too, Jimatek, thank you so much for stopping in. Good to see you. I'm curious if they go for a launch sometime in the next couple months, what the third launch would look like. So I think launch 2 is supposed to look very similar to launch 1, but I'm wondering if launch 3, obviously this all depends on how launch 2 goes, but let's say launch 2 is at least some sort of marked improvement over launch 1. Maybe they get to stage separation, Starship engines ignite, and Starship, makes it a little bit further. I think that would be a marked improvement over the first launch. I wonder what launch 3 will look like. I wonder if it'll be the same test and just try to get further each time, or I wonder if they'll go for a whole different orbital insertion and actually try to get into an orbital insertion. I wonder if we'll start seeing landing attempts at all anytime. I think we're probably far away from any landing attempts still, but you never know. But oh man, I hope Booster survives the next launch, because if it does like a fake soft landing in the Gulf and they get video footage of that, that would be absolutely amazing. 5 o'clock, a little over 5 o'clock Central Time. They have so much dang time left in this maintenance window. I'm talking about work right now. In this testing window, but I will give everybody a heads up. We're gonna manage our resources a little bit here, and what I mean by that is, an hour from now at 6 Central Time, if there's still no indication of any testing, we may decide to wrap up stream. Now, of course, there's still plenty of time for them to complete a test after that, but we could be talking about a long day tomorrow of testing. We could be talking a long day on Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, so we could have a couple long days ahead of us for testing. So I have to manage myself and just make sure that I can be ready for the big testing. So if I end up leaving at 6 Central and we miss a spin prime, but that means that we are in good shape to get great coverage of the static fire that happens in the next couple days, that will be the decision that I will make. So don't be surprised in about an hour here if we end up wrapping up. There are other channels that are covering today's testing. Of course, NSF always has coverage of all the tests here. So I know y'all be able to see the test if something happens later. But I just wanted to give y'all a heads up that, again, an hour from now, if there's not much indication of any tests impending, we would probably start to wrap up. Now, there's probably a very, 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 very small chance that they could static fire today. I don't think that's going to happen. But there's one time in particular I remember that there was no overpressure notice and nothing like that. And then they just alerted with a siren in the Boca Chica village, and then they went for a static fire with like no heads up. So it's not a 0% chance we miss a static fire, but I think we would know. I think we would know if they were going to go for one today. So that is part of the equation of my decisions here. I hope to see y'all out here again sometime. But in the meantime, I'm very grateful for you stopping in and chat and saying hi. We should chat someday off stream and catch up. Hope all is well. And have a good night. Can't wait to get back down. Absolutely. I'm excited for you to come back down and visit. I feel like a lot has actually changed at Starbase since you were here last. The super hot weather should be ending here in the next couple months. So the winter, fall and winter is a great time. Harry says some venting happening at the base of the tower. Let's check in on that. Let's see. I'm going to check in on NSF's feed here. Exclamation point NSF in chat if you want to learn more about NSF. They're another... I'm sure you all know NSF, but if you want a link to their channel, you can type exclamation point NSF in chat. But I am checking their nice and close cameras right now to see if I see any venting. So I'm not seeing anything at the moment, so whatever you might have saw there was probably some occasional puffs of maybe the subcoolers or something. So those could be an indication of them starting processes on the GSE. Up for coming a winter Texan? You should, absolutely. That'd be awesome. Trying to think if there's any major other topics we can cover. What we've seen recently, what we're expecting to see ahead, what we might see today. We've talked about all of that. We talked about the next flight. We've talked about what might happen after the next flight. I think we've covered all of the big topics that there is to cover. But I am always open to answering any questions. If anybody has any questions about SpaceX, Starbase, Starship, really anything to do with space, NASA, rockets, anything at all, feel free to ask. Plenty of downtime to discuss things that might not be, directly related to Starship, and that is 100% okay. So, by all means, if you have any questions, excuse me. I did not get a ton of sleep last night, but I'm actually not too tired, but it'll catch up to me pretty quickly. We do expect to hear about a Rocket Lab test in the next couple hours. Actually, I think it's just a little over an hour at this point. Hour and a half, maybe. So I'm checking in on NSF's feed right now, and I'm seeing that there is so I believe the pad is cleared. There's nobody at the pad, but I do think that there is a crew lift, like a little cherry picker lift, nearby on the pad. So what that means is I don't expect to see. So I talked a little bit a while ago, saying how I think the most that we would expect to see here today is a spin prime. But I did mention how one time they did just pull a static fire out of nowhere. So I kind of hedged my bet a little bit, saying there's a non-zero chance of a static fire. But now, seeing that there's a lift near the pad, I think I know, or dang close to know, that means there's absolutely zero chance for a static fire today. So what that means is I'm going to give it about 45 minutes to see what kind of progress they make towards a spin prime or other type of test today. And then we might start wrapping things up around 6 p.m. Central Time. As I'm talking, I feel like I'm seeing some venting happening underneath the OLM, some puffs of stuff. But like I said, I'm not going to drain myself today to see a static fire and not be up to my prime for the best stream for a static fire tomorrow or in coming days. So 45 minutes, we'll see what SpaceX gives us in that amount of time, and we'll make a decision at 6 p.m. Central Time, and we'll go from there. Any more talk about Starbase Disney? That's a good question. So a while ago, I saw that there was was it actually Disney? I forget. There was some major amusement park company thinking about opening, or at least discussing. Oh, I'm definitely seeing the Pope Stack go right now. There is a little venting from the Pope Stack. They were discussing opening a Texas location. I think it was Disney. And it was actually not super far from here. But I haven't heard anything more about that. I'm Googling it now. But yeah, folks, I do see the Pope Stack starting to vent at the OLM. So that is kind of plays in a funny way with our timelines here. So while I think it's going to take them probably past 6 to get to their spin prime, I think we're going to be at 6 o'clock. We're going to be a lot closer to a spin prime. So we're going to end up in our classic situation where we're going to be like sitting here at 6 o'clock being like, all right, it's going to happen. So we'll see. So Universal is coming to Texas. City of Frisco. I don't know how far that is. I think that's far, though. I think that's probably somewhere near Austin or something. Hasbro and Merlin Entertainment also have plans to build a theme park in North Richland Hills. I'm not sure where that is. It'll be a Peppa Pig theme park. Interesting. See, I'm not seeing anything more about that. Yep. So, folks, if you take a look, the base of the orbital launch mount, it's not the orbital launch mount that's venting, but that's how it looks from this angle. You can just start to see some vapors coming out there. A good indication that SpaceX is getting their ground support equipment and tank farm ready for some testing. So we have started making some progress here. Space Girl Falcon also reporting that the Pope stack is going. Frisco is a Dallas-Fort Worth suburb. Gotcha. Frisco is real far then. I'm surprised actually that they want to consider putting it closer to Austin, but all right. So since we're seeing some excitement and some activity here, before things get too exciting, I'm gonna take a 2-minute walk just up to the facilities they have here, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. Alright, I am back. Pope stack is still going. So it usually takes a while for them to really fully prep the ground support, so probably still have a bit to go. Don't forget to listen to Nightbot. Don't forget to like, subscribe, chat, and share. All of these things help the channel grow and reach more folks like you. It isn't just a saying that we all say here on YouTube, but it is true. So thank you so much for doing those things. They are all free and they help a lot. But other than that, thank you to all of our members who have decided to support the channel monetarily. So Space Girl Falcon, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciate you. T. Evan and C, thank you for being a member here on the channel as well. I know there's some folks here that are not currently members that have been in the past, and thank you to those folks as well. Much appreciated. And there are some folks here that have donated as well in the past. Anybody who has helped us support our channel in any way, thank you so much. That Pope stack is going really nicely now. I might say make some small adjustments to the camera here. Let's see. And I will I'll go in front of the camera here for a few minutes here and just update people on what we're seeing. Oh, and speaking of this, let me go in front of the camera for this. Huge shout out. Oh my goodness, this worked out really well. Huge shout out to T. Evan NC. Everybody say thank you to T. Evan NC for gifting a super chat in our channel, gifting us a member of our channel. So basically that picks a member that is part of this community and gives them member benefits. Very, very much appreciate you for doing that. And the person who got the membership was Ryan. So Ryan, you are now a member of the channel. You have been gifted that from T. Evan NC. So thank you very much. Appreciate you very, very much. For anybody who is seeing and hearing the updates that I've been giving in the last couple minutes, you see a lot of white vapor coming off the bottom of the pad there. And that is what we call the Pope stack. I'm just trying to see how well you can see it. You can see it pretty dang well. And that is something that we see when they start getting all the ground support equipment and tank farm ready for propellant loading. In today's case, we won't expect to see. I don't think we'll expect to see methane involved. Just probably liquid nitrogen or liquid oxygen. So this is good. This process could take a bit, and then we'll eventually start seeing looking for some frostiness on the booster. Once we start seeing frostiness on the booster, then we know we're probably pretty close to that spin prime test. Like I said, that lift being under the OLM, I don't think there's any chance at all that there's a static fire today. So we're going to hope to see that spin prime test here. It might take them a little bit of time to get going, but we have action now. We have forward progress, so that is great. We know we're not sitting here for nothing, and that they are actually preparing to do some testing. Let's see what we got. We got some comments in chat. We got Ryan. Oh yeah, Ryan was gifted the membership. Detroit Mission Control says, woot woot, Ryan. Got my short ribs in the Dutch oven. Ooh, short ribs. And my dad is thanking Evans. Thank you very much, T. Evans. And a thumbs up. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at this stream right now. How are things looking on y'all's end? Because we have a pretty decent view of the booster here from 5 miles away today. The heat distortion is there, but it's not too bad. You can actually make out those chines, and you can see that pipe vent pretty well. Let me know if the details coming across the stream, if you guys can make out the chines of the booster. Things are looking pretty good. We're still below 2% dropped frames. Again, for Starlink, that's great. This is the first time I'm using this encoding technology, so I'm curious on how y'all are saying how the stream looks. Detroit Mission Control says 5x5. A lot of birds flying around, as always. I think we're probably getting closer to the season where we see a ton of dolphin again. Aiden C is saying yes. Very good. Very good. Some pretty good shot there. My dad is saying it looks great. Awesome. All right. I was going to make some adjustments to the camera, but I think we're actually pretty good. I could shift things a little bit to the right, but, you know, I think we're looking good. Aiden C says 5x5. Andy M saying pretty good. Very, very nice. Thank you. Space Girl Falcon also saying yes, great, thank you. That is good to. I'll watch the stream back tonight just to see how everything looks with our configuration changes that we've made here. But good to hear. But today is particularly good viewing conditions, so that is mostly why we're getting a pretty good shot here today. So let's talk a little bit about what we'll see during a spin prime. We talked about earlier what a spin prime is and what it means and what it does. Again, if you need to hear about that, you can scroll back towards the beginning of the stream where I explain a little bit about what a spin prime is. And I'll probably do that one more time before we expect to see the test. But what are we actually going to see for a spin prime? So unfortunately for us, this test is not as impressive visually as, say, a static fire. In a static fire, we get a lot of smoke, a lot of vapor and flames and a lot of sound. But with a spin prime test, we don't really get much of that at all. With my own eyes here, I can probably barely tell when the spin prime test happens. But on the camera, you guys should be able to tell pretty well when the spin prime test happens. What we're looking for is fast-moving, fast-flowing vapors, I guess is another word I'm looking for that's escaping me. Fast-flowing vapors coming from the bottom of the booster, aiming down. So basically, underneath the OLM, it's going to get very cloudy, very white, really fast. And that is an indication that they are doing the spin prime test. And as long as that there's no accidental ignition or detonation, we shouldn't see anything more exciting than that. Which, you know, that shouldn't happen. We have FireX now, and we've only seen that happen once before. So we don't want to see anything more exciting to that, because if we just see the spin prime, then that means everything went well today, and then that means we should be able to see a static fire probably tomorrow. Aiden C says maybe static fire today. Sometimes the overpressure notice doesn't get sent out. NSF Live, I'm watching, and you. Yeah, so Aiden C, usually I would agree saying that possibly static fire, but I think no static fire today because there's equipment, there's a lift near the OLM, and I think that lift would get destroyed if they went for the static fire today. So I think spin prime, and then maybe they move that lift tomorrow, and then maybe static fire tomorrow. I'm not saying 0%, but I think very, very unlikely, like near 0%, that there's a static fire today. I just don't see them doing it with that lift there. But great point. They have done that before in the past, and yeah, I'm glad you're also watching NSF Live at the same time. I encourage everybody to definitely check out multiple creators during these multiple streams during these events. That way you get to see different angles and you get to hear different opinions on what's happening from the people who are running the streams. So that's great to hear. A lot of great people doing their work down here. We got Lab, we got NSF, we got Jess, we got Starship Gazer, Starbase Surfer. We have so many people. What about it? We got Chief down here. We have so many amazing folks working to document what's happening here with Starbase and Starship. RGV for sure. Can't miss RGV. Exclamation point RGV in chat. Wet dress rehearsal today, maybe. Possibly. I would personally expect them to do a overpressure notice. Yeah, I would expect an overpressure notice for that. But you're right. They could technically issue an overpressure notice last minute and do a wet dress. That is possible, but I still think a spin prime's likely, but you never know. You never know. I do have a Discord channel. Evans, we're not super active in it right now, but we're slowly becoming more active. You know, you got to start somewhere. So if you want to join, I will type exclamation point Discord in chat. You can definitely join and help us make it a little bit more active. We're slowly getting there. And I see that you joined. Thank you for joining. I'm going to check in on my X stream, make sure we're still live and looking good. It looks like we are still live and looking good. Thanks to anybody tuning in on X or on Facebook or on any other streams that we are currently live on. Now, when we get closer to this spin prime, I will need y'all's help to call it out when it happens, because it's going to be a little bit harder for me to see than it'll be for you to see. But we still probably a ways away from that. And Dad just joined as well. Agency is also watching NSF Live. Very good, very good. So Aiden, you'll get a real close picture of when that happens. Will is checking in. What is the good word? So, Will, just a little while ago, we started seeing the Pope vent Pope vent start. So, that's a good indication they're kind of prepping things for whatever testing is today. Still thinking spin prime. There's a lift underneath or near the OLM, so I don't think there's any chance that they do a static fire with that lift too close. So we're still hanging tight here. We're gonna see how close they get or how far they get in this process in the next 20 minutes or so, and then make a decision about whether we stick around for the spin prime rather, or if I should wrap things up and save some of my energy for tomorrow's testing, which could be a static fire. So just hanging tight here for a bit and seeing how quickly they can get this testing underway. I'm trying to think back to prior spin prime tests. If we usually see the normal OLM venting process, I'm sure we do. I don't know why they would skip that. So I think, man, if the OLM vent hasn't started in 15 minutes, then we'll have to make some decisions, because I think from the moment it takes them, from the moment they start the OLM vent, that process usually runs a while. Will says, are you sure of no chance of late overpressure notice or static fire? I think very close to 0% chance based on the hardware. They have a lift. They have a lift under there, and if they light those engines with that lift there, I think that lift is a goner. So I think that's pretty dang close to 0%. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me, knowing SpaceX. But even SpaceX, I think they probably wouldn't blast away that lift that's under there. But other than the lift, if that lift wasn't there, I would absolutely be thinking the same thing, and Agency was thinking the same thing as well. That there's always a chance that they could do a last-minute siren and static fire, but I don't think so with the hardware that's under there. But yeah, that would stink to close upstream and then miss a static fire. Oh, dang. Evans, I just noticed that the membership you gave was a high bay membership. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for gifting a high bay member. Agency that says the lift is not working. That is true, but I still don't think that they would do a static fire on it. I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think? Do you think that SpaceX could potentially let's just put ourselves in SpaceX's shoes here for a second. Let's say that they wanted to go for static fire today. First of all, Tiffany Atkins with the Mid-Bay membership. Tiffany, thank you so much for becoming a member of this channel. Your support is very much appreciated, and that is going to go right back into this channel and making it better for everybody. So thank you so much, Tiffany, for becoming a Mid-Bay member. I appreciate that. Space Girl Falcon says hopefully frost soon. I do think we will see frost, but I think we'll probably first see the OLM vent start. Evan says NSF must think something is happening. They just went live. Yeah, I would expect them to go live for even a spin prime. But let's hypotheticalize here. Is that a word? Let's go for a static fire tonight. Let's just say that was the plan. So they get everything out of the way except this lift. Let's say this lift broke down and they can't get this lift out of here. It is in the way. They can't figure a way to drag it out. Does SpaceX make the decision and say, well, hey, we got this lift here, but we can't move it, but we want to do a static fire, and doing a static fire is more important than buying another lift. I think there's a world where they make that decision, but then again, I don't think that they would want the debris from the lift to be a problem, and that makes me decide that they probably will not go for a static fire today. If they blew that lift and parts of that lift blew into tanks and who the heck knows, I think it's close to 0% that there's any chance of a static fire. Tiffany says, thank you everything. Thank you for everything, and the team do. No problem, Tiffany. Thank you so much. And Tiffany also says, hi, all beautiful people. I'm seeing a little venting from the side of the tank farm as well. So the next big thing we want to see is venting from the tank, the OLM itself. So some of that venting would kind of be obscured by the Pope stack vent, so it'd be a little bit hard to tell when that is starting, but that's why we can check into other streams as well to get a little bit better detail. So far, no OLM venting. I usually have a little what do you call it? Ticker scroller at the bottom of the screen with just some verbiage about what's going on and what is happening at Starbase. But I haven't actually had a moment to update that. Maybe I will do that now, and then I'll re-enable it. That seems like a good way to spend my time right now. And it's been a while since I've hopped in front of the camera, so I'll jump in front of the camera and give some folks an update, and then I will update my display so you can see the scroller at the bottom. Alright, let's pop in front of the camera here. Hello, everybody. Let's see. Both cameras are live, right? Yep. So yeah, we made some progress towards the testing today. And the activity at the tank farm continues to increase. A lot of stuff coming from the Pope stack, and we're seeing that vent that we always see on the actual tank farm, or at least from this angle, it looks like it's coming from the tank farm itself. Again, I think the next big indication would be the OLM starting to vent. And then once the OLM vent starts, that usually takes some time. Once the OLM vent stops, then we start to see them load the propellant onto the vehicle, and then a spin prime would be very shortly after that. So we're still probably a little bit a ways away, but it has been, I think it's been a while since we've actually covered a spin prime. We've obviously done all the static fires. We've done some cryos. Ben says this is my favorite part. But yeah, I'm curious if anybody remembers or has access to an old spin prime stream. I'm curious what the average amount of time it is from when the Pope stack starts and when the spin prime actually starts. Now that everything worked out exactly the way I said it was going to work out, and it's the exact same that it happens every single time. Just about when we're kind of starting to question about what kind of testing is going to be happening, and if it's actually going to happen, that's when all the activity starts up. So before I was saying that I would probably be waiting until about 6 to see if there's any indication that the testing is starting, and I would make a decision on whether to keep the stream up or whether to save my energy for the static fires possibly tomorrow. That is a battle that is still currently ongoing in my head, but obviously now that we see progress towards the testing actually happening today, I'm more tempted to stay. But I am curious what the average time between like the Pope stack vent starting and the actual spin prime happening is. Again, it's not going to be the most amazing visual display from here. Well, we should be able to make it out on the camera, and it's really important for us to document this test happening. But again, it's just weighing staying here and getting it versus having more energy for the static fire tomorrow. So I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I'll keep you all updated on that. But right now we are making a lot of progress towards the testing. So am I seeing OLM venting? Oh, no, I don't think I'm seeing OLM venting yet. Dang, this actually looks pretty good, though. Another shout out to Tiffany. Thank you for becoming a member, Tiffany. And another shout out to Evans for gifting a membership. Shout out to Space Girl Falcon for being a member of this channel as well. And thank you, Ben, for being a mod that sits there and does nothing at all. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Luckily, our chat is very respectful, and we actually haven't really had to do much moderating at all. So thank you for that. You can see Starhopper, also known as Hoppy, sticking its head out over the hill to the right. That's what that silver thing is over there. What are we looking at a little bit further to the right, past Hoppy, though? All the way to the right of the screen. What are we looking at there? Ben says we'll see about that. Oh. And Evans, again, with another gifted membership. Thank you so much, Evans. We appreciate your support and your generosity sincerely. So thank you so much. Somebody else has just been given a membership to the channel. Let's see who it was. Denny's has been gifted the membership. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. All right, now I'm going to update our little scroller here. All right, let's adjust our screen here. Scroller group. So this needs to go up a little bit. Let's raise that up a little bit. Why won't it snap to center? I'll fix that in a minute. Where actually is the scroller? There it is. Oh my goodness. There we go. Detroit Mission Control is back. Had to run up to the store and get some soap to do the dishes before I make some homemade mashed potatoes. Wow. Short ribs and mashed potatoes. It sounds like a good meal tonight. Detroit Michigan just posted a picture on our Discord of the salad I made this morning. I'm gonna take a look at that right now. Let's see. Oh wow, that actually looks so good. Wow, I would like that. That looks so good. Frost started on the methane hippos. Okay, okay. Oh boy. All right, I think we're probably in for the duration of this test here today. I suppose I will center our camera a little bit better since we're making everything look all fancy and good. Let me center that now. Absolutely, Detroit. That genuinely looks amazing. Looks like some of the venting has slowed down. So let's hang tight here for a little bit and see what we see next. I need to get a small little telescope that I can mount in the Jeep here, so I can sit here and actually get a really good view of what's happening over there. That would be kind of cool. Cooking and Texas tank launcher. What a perfect way to spend the evening. Absolutely. Oh, what do I see there? Oh, never mind. That was just some more venting. I might zoom in a little bit more. We're at our full optical, but I have 4K going into the laptop here, so we should be able to maybe make this thing a little bit bigger without a noticeable drop in quality. Let's see. That looks half decent, other than the heat distortion, right? I'll slide it a little bit to the right again. Actually, that looks about right. Cool. So like I said, when we see this spin prime, we see, so all right, let's set the scene a little bit here. So we have the launch tower, which of course is the tallest thing in frame. And just to the left of the launch tower, you see those chopsticks come off the launch tower. You see the ship disconnect come off the tower, and then obviously we have Booster 9, which is that big silver cylinder. And that big silver cylinder, which is the first stage of this rocket, also known as Super Heavy, is sitting on the orbital launch mount. That is the multi-legged launch pad underneath Booster 9. So you can actually see through those legs of Booster 9, and you can see the sky underneath Booster 9. How many times can I say Booster 9? When the spin prime starts, you'll very quickly see that area become fully engulfed in what looks like white smoke. And you should be able to see that smoke. It's not actually smoke. We'll talk a bit more about that. But you should see that actually kind of fall out the sides of the OLM as well. So basically white vapor clouds. That's what we're really seeing. Filling that space in and around the legs of the OLM. So that is good. No exclamation Detroit yet. Maybe we should do that right now. That's another good use of our time. There was a couple things. I wanted to add a exclamation point Detroit. I wanted an exclamation point Space Girl. And then there's another one. What was the other one I wanted to add? I have to remember my credentials for Nightbot, which I should have. Let me work on that. That is a good way to spend some time. 1 second. All right, folks, let's see. Detroit and Space Girl, go ahead and try your commands. My dad is saying it's sunsets at 7:33 Eastern there tonight. What time am I losing daylight here? It's definitely getting earlier. Let's see, Laguna. No, let's see, SPI sunset. Time. 7:57 Central Time is sunset. There you go. There you go. No problem. No problem. My pleasure, my pleasure. If you have any requests for your commands, let me know. I can definitely edit them. It's turning out to be an actually gorgeous evening here. I might get my second camera just pointed at the water and stuff here, because just the way the water's splashing up and the sun is starting to set. I don't know. It's just a really nice scene. Let me get that going for you. Some coolers kicking There you go. It's only a little bit of a panel of what we can see here, but I don't want to take too much away from the action happening on the left-hand side of the screen. Space Girl Falcon and Evans reporting that the LOX hippos have started. That is really good news. And I'll go back full screen in just a few minutes on the left side. Yeah, so we have about an hour until sunset. But I think we should be under an hour out at this point. I think we should be getting closer at this point. We're looking for any signs of frosting on the base of booster 9. And then we would, shortly after that, hope to see the spin prime test. Things definitely look a little bit different than I'm used to for a spin prime process. So don't be surprised if it happens without much of a warning. Again, we should see just clouds and clouds being pushed underneath booster 9. It should be pretty obvious, I think. The lighting, it'll have to depend on the lighting, but I think it should be pretty obvious. Evans thinks it could be about 45 minutes or so to prop load. So yeah, I think like an hour or so, a little more than an hour, is probably a decent guess for static fire. I mean, no static fire for a spin prime. I'll go full screen again. I don't think we're getting too much out of that right-hand side. Wish there was a better way to kind of, there's not really a great way to show the landscape in a portrait mode, but that's okay. OLM vent? Gotcha. So yeah, that's the process that it usually takes some time. And when that OLM vent stops, then we usually start to see prop load. So yeah, if they're doing a full purge, we could be 45 minutes to an hour out. Yeah, I can actually make that out as well from here. Could be a cool sunset spin prime that we see. That's the only time I saw them do it, Ben. And I think they said that was the first time they've done it. But I think that's Boca Chica, or not Boca Chica, SPI exclusive. I think you have to be here for it. Boat. Oh, that's a cool view. That's a cool shot. Dang, I liked that. I like boats and rockets. I'm just realizing that I was watching that back on my phone, so my commentary about the boat is going to be like a minute after the boat actually happens. But there's another boat coming. We'll get a repeat of that view here in a couple minutes. Storm really cleared out the atmosphere? Yeah, for sure. It's super clear out. It looks nice. Yeah, I thought it was the power ship at first too. I wasn't really paying attention, and I saw it pop up on the phone, and I was like, whoa. But we got another one coming by here in a second, and then a smaller one, third one. Yeah, this is, this is like 60% as good of what we had on the first launch attempt day. That was even clearer than it is today. Alright, here is that second boat. I know that at some point there's going to be a boat blocking a static fire. It hasn't happened yet, somehow. I almost had a boat block a view of the Relativity launch back in the first launch attempt of the Terran 1. There was a cruise ship that was going by like 30 seconds before it was supposed to launch. It ended up scrubbing, so it didn't launch. It aborted actually at ignition. That boat wasn't as good of a view. And this next one's going to be just barely visible. It's weird all those people live streaming boats going through the channel. Wonder why. I know. Sometimes I wonder what these people are thinking. I've had a few people come up to me and be like, "What you doing?" And I'm like, "Just doing a live stream of the rocket that's out there." And they're like, "Oh, there's a rocket?" And I was like, "Yep, it's right there." It's really funny, actually. Shrimp. I'm kind of excited for the winter weather here this year. Granted, I'm still enjoying the summer, but it is hot. Should get a rocket future boat. That would be awesome. That would make getting to the Boca Chica so much easier. Or maybe not easier, but quicker. That'd be awesome. I feel like my camera tripod is definitely drifting a little bit to the right, making the image drift to the left. I'll fix it in OBS though. Convert an old tug, that would be cool. That'd be sick. Evans is reporting that Rocket Lab's Electron rocket has lifted off on today's mission. So don't forget to tune in to... What the heck is going on with my camera centering? Don't forget to tune into a Rocket Lab's live stream. It should be going on right now. Oh, I see what's happening. There's barely enough tension on this HDMI cable that every time I sit in the Jeep, it's just barely tugging on the camera. That is funny. You'll live on the boat. That'd be interesting. I want to get some more of that water in the shot, actually. And maybe we need an ND filter. I might have overcompensated a little bit here. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think I will add 1 notch of ND though. Let's see. That didn't really change much. But with the lighting, you can really almost make out the hot stage ring now at the top. The definitely getting clearer picture with the viewing conditions. So just for anybody who has joined, I don't think we've provided much of an update in the last half hour about what we're doing here today. My name is Andrew, this is Rocket Future, and we have a live view of SpaceX's Starbase facility, and Booster 9 is on the OLM right now undergoing some testing. They are preparing for what we think is a spin prime test, and our next big milestone we want to see is them loading propellant into the vehicle, which we could see by some frosty lines growing on the outside of the vehicle. Once we see that, we should be not too far from the spin prime test. Again, we expect to see a lot of white cloudage coming from the base of the vehicle under the OLM and around the OLM. That is as they are testing the liquid oxygen side of the engines, spinning, I guess, liquid oxygen through those pumps. And we get to see all of that come out the base of the vehicle. So that is what we're hoping for. If all of that goes well, we might get to see a static fire tomorrow. Anybody who is interested in hearing about Rocket Lab updates, their launch happened about 5 minutes ago. Their fairing has separated and fallen away as planned. Next up is the battery hot swap on the second stage to keep the Rutherford engine firing on Electron's second stage. Successful battery hot swap confirmed. All of this information I'm getting is directly from the official Rocket Lab Twitter or X account at Rocket Lab. Huge shout out to Steven Shard and Will for reposting, and for Detroit Mission Control for quote posting. Thank you very much for sharing the stream on Twitter or X. Very much appreciated you sharing that. There's some boat going by. Again, I'm going to be late here, but that's right, Team Space. All right, I'm going to take one last stroll over to the facilities here. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I have returned. What did I miss? Anything? Is the stream frozen? Good news, we're not frozen. Reports Evans and Andy. Yeah, my phone. I have the stream pulled out on my phone and it's frozen, but it's just my phone issue. Good. Speaking of which, I will throw up a quick poll. Keep an eye out for a poll here in the next few minutes. Wow, yet another gifted membership from Evans. T. Evans has been such a huge supporter of the channel today. Everybody give a shout out to T. Evans. Very, very generous. I very much appreciate you. You know that will go right into making this stream even better. So thank you very much. Somebody just got gifted a membership. Oh, it was Thomas. Thomas got gifted. I'm very curious how this works. It seems like the people that are most active in the channel probably have a likelier chance to get the gifted the membership, which makes sense. That's awesome. I know that Thomas will appreciate that. And I know that Ryan already texted me earlier. He was the recipient of one earlier. He very much appreciates that. Obviously, I appreciate it very much. That's cool. That's really cool. So far, it looks like most people are reporting on the poll that this stream is more stable than usual. So that is a really, really good sign that this new encoding option is going to work for us. The only question I have is the new setup that I'm switching to on Friday going to support this encoding? I'm 99% sure that it will. But we are not going to switch over to that hardware until we are sure that it's going to work for us. So that is just the first question that I have. So we shall see. My dad says, "Way to go, TE." Yeah, what do you actually like to be called, Evans? Does Evans work? Do you like T Evans? Do you like TE? Do you have a preference? Lots of venting coming from the OLM. Again, this is what we expect to see prior to prop load. Evans works and Thomas works too. Okay. Sounds good. Detroit pushed the wrong button and mistakenly pushed. All good, Detroit. No worries. I'll make sure I count that as a. What did you mean? Did you mean to make it more, or did you mean to select that it's been about the same? Honestly, awesome. That is great news. Busy boiling your potatoes. Gotcha. Yeah, that OLM is really venting now. So once we see that vent stop, we should be getting close. And I am getting hungry, so let's hope that happens soon. Rocket Lab has confirmed that their rocket has splashed down under parachute, which is great news. They'll be looking to recover that. Sounds like everything is going well for the Rocket Lab mission that is currently ongoing. Evans is saying here comes the LOX dump. And Evans, you're referring to the waterfall that we usually see on that OLM vent? Or do you mean the actual spin prime? Just starting the dump, waterfall upcoming. Cool. Cool. Definitely getting closer and further into the process, which is good news. And just to set some expectations one more time for anybody who is joining us, today's test is a very important one, and it's going to be really important for us to get our angle of it. That being said, it's not going to be the most exciting visual experience from today's stream, but it is really important that this test goes well. So this will just be another test documented as part of this Starship program. But if this test does go well, then we do get a visually exciting test tomorrow, potentially. Tomorrow is when we could get a static fire and see lots of flames come out the bottom end of this rocket and get a really nice audio. And hopefully this one will be a little bit longer. So, like I said, don't expect the most awe-inspiring visuals from today's test. But tomorrow, you might be able to expect that. And let's hope if they go for a static fire tomorrow that the viewing conditions are as good as it is today, because this is really nice. Oh, it is really nice. Other than it being scorching hot still, it is a gorgeous night down here. The water looks amazing. Decently clear skies other than some not storm clouds, but some big clouds in the direction of Starbase, actually. But just the greens and the blues and everything are popping with the sunset right now. It looks good. Speaking of sunset, we're just about 15, 16, 17, something like that minutes away from our sunset here. Now, of course, we'll have a little bit of daylight after sunset, but they got to get the show on the road here. There is a lot of venting from the OLM. All right, I think what my plan is here is I think I've sat in the Jeep long enough. The sun is setting. I don't think I'm at risk of overheating right now, so I'm going to rearrange a little bit. I'm going to stand outside the Jeep, which I'll have a better view of our screen, which means I will have to make a couple last-minute adjustments to the camera, and that should be our best configuration for this test. Dang, every time I come back over to the real screen, it's actually surprisingly clear. I am very happy with these viewing conditions that we have. You can very clearly make out the OLM vent. Yeah, we'll be able to make out the spin prime for sure. This is great. Thanks everybody for tuning in here so far. Anybody who's just been hanging out with us and chatting and having conversations. And especially those who have supported the channel in various ways, from liking and subscribing all the way up to gifting memberships, especially Evans. Thank you everybody so much for being here and supporting the channel, and hopefully we're getting close to this spin prime test of Booster 9, potentially one of the last tests before Booster 9 is used to loft Starship S25 up to near orbital velocities. You know, S25 will have to do a lot of that work itself as well, but it can't do it without Booster 9. So we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Oh, what happened to my little scroller there at the bottom? Did I accidentally drag it out? I definitely accidentally dragged it out. There it is. I'm going to lock that now. And one more time, I will bring us into the split screen so you guys can see how nice of a night it is out. And I'll try to pan around. I don't have a smooth way to pan. It's going to be kind of clunky, but it is a very, very nice night here at Isla Blanca Park on the southern tip of South Padre Island, just about 5 miles from SpaceX's Starbase facility. Meanwhile, the camera's at a 45-degree angle. I've definitely gotten a couple ant bites today. Oh, what the heck is this bug? I don't even want to know what that thing is. Get the heck away from me. Oh, but it's following me. What the heck? Oh, Andras with the 1 Rocket Future membership. Thank you for gifting Varga a membership to the Rocket Future channel. Andras, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. And I appreciate the Space Junkie community very much. Thank you for dropping ! Junkie in chat. Don't forget, everybody, to check out the Space Junkie community. They are a largely Hungarian-speaking platform, but they do have some really great content with English subtitles. When they came over here to the States and did a tour around some of the big space centers, they did a little documentary on that, and there's full English subtitles. So definitely check out the Space Junkie community. They've been a huge supporter of Rocket Future, and we've been glad to partner up with them in some ways, providing some live streams from here. And their members and just members of the Space Junkie community have been unbelievably supportive of Rocket Future. So thank you. Thank you, Space Junkie community. But most of all, thank you very, very much, Andras, for the gifted membership to Varga. Appreciate that. Detroit Mission Control says, great views, Andrew. I wish I was there. Detroit, I wish y'all were here too. You got to come down sometime and see all this stuff. It is great. That OLM vent on the back of the OLM is continuing. Once we see that stop, we're going to see some frost lines grow on this booster, and then we're going to see the spin prime. Exclamation point mosquitoes. Actually, so the mosquitoes haven't been bad lately. That being said, we definitely just got a decent amount of rain, so I would not be surprised if tomorrow morning I wake up and there are, or I guess a few days from now, are a ton of mosquitoes. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, this other weird red bug was on the ground and it was following me. It kind of looked like a red ant, but it definitely was not an ant. I don't know what the heck it was. But yeah, sometimes the mosquitoes here are bad. Detroit Mission Control saying, you rock, Andras. I agree as well. Need more screens. Absolutely. No worries, Evans. See you back here. Man, it is such a nice looking night out here. I actually can't get over it. Boat. Yep, lots of boats out today. Lots of fishing and lots of boats and lots of birds. Common items you see down here at Isablanca. And usually lots of dolphins too, certain times of the year, but right now I don't think it is that time of the year. But dang, I must have seen hundreds of dolphins down here. But I guess when you're down here for 4, 5, 6 hour streams, that makes sense. Jeez, I thought that did y'all just hear that seagull? I swear I thought it was gonna land on my head. Andres says, well, thanks for the nice words, but actually thanks to you, Andrew, for the live. I'm at work watching the video while you're out there in the sun burning. Luckily, the sun is almost setting, but I'm happy to provide some background content for you while you work. That is something that I personally appreciate a lot as somebody who consumes content. When I'm working, most of the time, I'll have something going on in the background, not necessarily paying much attention to it or paying any attention to it at all, but just having something going on in the background that I can glance up at occasionally. That I feel like that really helps out on the work day, especially working from home and not having a bunch of coworkers around and stuff. I really appreciate having something going on in the background. So for me to give you that ability as well, I'm happy to do that. So thank you. And my dad is appreciating all the boats that are going by. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, the Pope Stack event is continuing or starting again, and the OLM event is continuing. So let me try to describe. Oh, I was just about to say, let me try to describe the OLM vent. So when it stops, we can, so you guys can see that it stopped. But as I was saying that, it looks like it kind of stopped. So folks, the next thing for us to pay attention to here is we're going to hope to see some of a frost line growing on the bottom of Booster 9. Now, I don't imagine that they'll have to load it with a ton, but we'll have to see. Is that the spin prime happening right now? What is all of this white? I think that's ground venting. I don't think that's the spin prime. Let me check in on NSF. No, that's just some ground venting. So spin prime has not happened yet. But I think we're getting dang close. We might be 10, 5, 10, 15, 20. I would say we're probably within 20, 30 minutes of the spin prime at this point, at the most. Andres says, well, basically work is in the background and watching my phone mainly. There you go. That's another way to do it. I don't blame you there at all. I do that too sometimes. The same people that drove by earlier just drove by again, and they have a child in the car, and they saw me with the mic, so they just went "Meh," or whatever the heck noise that they just made. I really like the colors that we got going on the screen here. We got the blue from the water, and then those two-toned rocks, and then we get the green, a couple different shades of green going on for the grass there. It's quite the landscape that we got. I'm gonna actually take a quick screenshot. Let's do start recording, and then let's collapse everything, and then let's get rid of everything. Look at that. That is a sight to behold. I don't see the frost line yet, but I have my little frost line indicator ready when I need it. We should be able to see it right around where that's pointing when it starts. In about 2 minutes, I will jump in front of the camera again for a couple brief minutes to give our final rundown of what has happened so far and what we're about to see, and then we should be pretty close. And I am very, very excited for this spin prime, but potentially even more excited for post spin prime dinner. This is just more ground venting, right? So this, I mean, to be honest with you, the spin prime will look kind of similar to this. Is it happening right now? It might be happening right now. No. There's just so much venting. It's so hard to see under there. But yeah, I think that's just all venting. I don't think that was a spin prime yet. Alright, let me, oh, this camera has actually kind of gotten all sorts of messed up from me moving it around everywhere. That's still alive, yeah. Alright, so if you're just joining us, I think we are now in the final stages prior to the spin prime test. We see that the OLM vent has stopped, and we should start to see a frost line build on the bottom of booster 9. I'll try to point that out if we can see it. And then we should start to see that rush of clouds coming from the LOX side of those engines underneath booster 9. And that, if that goes well, that will be a successful spin prime test. And that is a box checked for hopefully a static fire tomorrow. So let's go back full screen, and I think we're going to probably get pretty close here for the spin prime. Oh, shout out again to Andras for the $1.49 hot dog super sticker. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I wish I could eat that hot dog right now, but you know that'll go right to eating a snack after the stream. Thank you, Andras, for that super sticker. That's hilarious. I love that. That's all I can help food-wise. Meant to be a hot dog. I love it. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you for being a member, of course, yourself. Appreciate that. So far towards the end of the stream here, waiting for this spin prime. Checking in on our stream health. We've gone up a bit in drop frames, but we're still at 2.6, which is a lot better than we're usually at. So again, we are testing some new encoder settings, and they seem to be working great. So we won't count our chickens before our eggs hatch, but if we do a couple more of these streams and we're still seeing this performance, then that'll be great news. Taking a close look to see if I have a frost line building yet on B9, and it's kind of hard to tell with the Pope stack there, but I currently don't see one. I should get a pop filter for this this microphone. Checking in on NSF stream. Oh, yep. Evan's is saying the same thing. We see indications of prop loads starting, folks. So we don't know how much prop they're actually going to need to load before this spin prime test. So this is kind of the final piece before the test happens. So this process may take 2 minutes. It probably will take more than that. It might take 10. It might take 15. I just don't know. But if you don't want to miss the spin prime, I think it's probably about that time to kind of tune back in if you're multitasking. And we may see the spin prime happen sometime, anytime in the next minutes. It could still be a little bit, but it could happen anytime. I'm really sure that you're glad that I gave you such a specific time frame there. Imagine trying to actually give an accurate time at Starbase. I don't even know why I try sometimes. Oh, I have to show you all the sunset again. Evan says should be a light load on both locks and CH4. Do we know for sure that they are using CH4? I think previously it was confirmed that they were, based on what happened with Booster 7 that one time. But yeah, it should be pretty light. Let's see. I want to show you this sunset that's happening over here. Check that out. Test in 2 minutes Elon time, right? Thank you. It is very nice looking out here. Nick loves the sunset. I do too. It's a gorgeous sunset. But our lighting condition here is about to get a lot more complicated. So let's I think timing wise we'll be fine, but they really gotta hurry this up a little bit because it's gonna get a lot harder to get the right lighting and viewing. Let me drop my ND filter. There we go. Oh, good shot of the moon too. I can show y'all the moon after this spin prime. Remind me. I'll bring y'all back to the sunset in a few minutes here, but let's make sure we get a full screen for this test. So definitely LOX load happening. I can't quite make out the... actually, you know what? I barely can just make out a frost line. Right about... Oh, let me lock that camera. I think I can barely make out a frost line. And I'll keep my eye out on the top half of Booster 9 as well to see if I can see a frost line growing in the methane tank. That will be just above that line that you see that's like 60% the way up the boosters. 55, 60% the way up the booster. There's that darker line. That is the stringers that reinforce the area between the LOX tank and the methane tank. So if they're loading methane, we will start to see a frost line growing right above that darker line on the booster. Maybe there are mosquitoes out here now. I feel like I keep getting bit by something, but I'm not seeing them. Andras says, about the moon, a big shout out and congratulations to the country of India and its space agency about the landing. Couldn't agree any more with you. Big props for India for successfully landing their lander on the moon. Huge step forward for not just their country, but as far as space exploration and research goes. That's a major step for India and the people of India, which is really cool. Ben says sorry? Why are you saying sorry, Ben? Quick sunset check. Back to full. My dad is saying, way to go, India. Oh, the mosquitoes. That's what Ben was saying sorry about. Oh, there is a big, well, it looks like a big ship coming. I don't know what the heck it's carrying. It's a few minutes out. That should be interesting timing. Let's see if we get shipped by a ship during a spin prime test. What the heck is it carrying? It looks like I don't even know. Y'all have to see when it drives by. It's got to be another 20-30 minutes out, this ship probably. Maybe 15. So one thing I will say, as the sun is changing, the colors are changing, which means it's going to be a lot harder to make out the spin prime when it actually happens. As you can see, those vapors coming off of the tank farm are blending with the sky more. It should still be pretty obvious for us, but it will be a little harder. So just keep an eye out a little closer. But you'll notice that the legs will probably start to get obscured by the spin prime. But it will be a little bit tougher with this lighting. And you can definitely make out a LOX frost line. No. My dad is saying, hurry up, SpaceX, before it gets completely dark. I know, right? Looking at the methane tank, I'm still not seeing a line on the methane tank. You know what I really want is a static fire at night here, though. I think that would be amazing to see a static fire here at night. Maybe that's something that SpaceX can give us tomorrow. I don't see why they would do it at night unless it just worked out timing-wise for them. I'm sure that they want all the best visuals they can. At some point, I can start playing with our camera settings to ensure that we are getting the best view, but I don't really want to do that right now when we're kind of impending a spin prime at any moment. I don't really want to be fiddling with things. So unless we get desperate and really can't make things out, then we're going to stick with the settings we have on the camera right now and hope that we're just minutes away from a spin prime test. Andras is asking, do I believe the 31st of August for the suborbital test probability? Is there any gossip going around? One thing I will say is that the bulletins that were posted for the 31st have been moved to September 8th, right? September 8th. Yeah, Andy M says September 8th as well. So I don't think the 31st is doable. I don't think that's going to happen. The 8th, there's still so much that needs to come together for that to be a real possibility. Andras, I think if we see a static fire tomorrow or a static fire Friday, and SpaceX says, hey, this was a good static fire, all of our engines worked, everything is looking good, then I feel confident that SpaceX will be ready for a September 8th date. However, there are other things out of SpaceX's control, such as all the FAA regulations and all the permits and stuff that need to come through again, and they need to actually grant them the right to launch again, basically. So we just don't know how long that will take. I think SpaceX probably wouldn't be going through the work to, get the MSIB published and all that stuff, or telling those entities to do those things if they didn't think it was possible to do it on the 8th. But I just don't know yet. I was talking a little bit about this earlier. I think we could be having the same conversation in a couple months about when launch might be. But I will not be surprised if it happens early next month either. So that's that. All right, folks, that frost line is still growing a little bit, but we might be close to full for what is needed for this spin prime test. So I would officially consider ourselves in the imminent territory for today's test. So let's get this thing going. Let's get this spin prime off. Hopefully it'll look good. And then I can go get dinner and focus on a static fire for this week. So everybody put your energy towards SpaceX and let them know that we're ready for this spin prime now. We're giving them the go-ahead. We're ready. Thanks for the update. No problem at all. No problem at all. Keeping a close eye on that gap between the legs of the OLM. I'm also keeping an eye on this ship as it gets closer, trying to figure out what the heck it actually is. And I still cannot tell. But it is very rectangular. What the heck is it? Yeah, this thing's going to go by us in a little while, folks. You'll have to see. I have no idea what it is. Oh yeah, that frost line has definitely grown. Still no frost line to be seen from what I can tell on the methane tank. But we don't know if we'll really see much of one there. One last sunset check. Oh, we're at an angle now. I must have kicked my camera. What the heck is being shipped through this canal right now? I really can't make out what it is. I'm excited for it to go by. And I hope it doesn't go by during the spin prime because it will certainly block our view. It is now 7:51 Central Time. SpaceX has until I think 3 a.m. for today's test, but we should be very close at this point. My dad says, oh no. Yeah, I mean, if it blocks it, it blocks it. It'll make for a funny clip. I'd rather this get blocked than a static fire. Is it a bunch of tubes? It's a series of tubes. I don't know. We'll see shortly. Maybe it's parts for like windmills or something. Garlic and cream cheese mashed potatoes finished. Oh my goodness, that sounds so good. What are the odds? Boat Trolls live stream. I could definitely see it happening. There's so many boats that go through here. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. All right, so there looks like there's 2 tugboats. I'm totally gonna miss the spin prime because I'm gonna be looking at whatever the ship is. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it might be parts for, I think it might be shafts for wind turbines. It's getting a little closer. Our video is getting just a little bit grainy because we're losing some light. Again, I will adjust it if we need to, but I'm going to wait for the last moment because I don't want to be fiddling with it when we are having the spin prime. I would estimate this boat is probably about 10 minutes away at this point. Andy M says, come on, SpaceX, it's almost 3 a.m. here. I should go to sleep. No worries, Andy. You can always catch the, I'll post a clip on Twitter later as well, or X, and I'll post a short to the YouTube as well. You can conserve your energy for potential static fire testing as well, just like I potentially should have done. Michael Maxey says engine chill at 7:48 Central Time. So engine chill has been going for a few 5 minutes, 48, 49, 50, 52, 6 minutes. So I forget how long the engine chill process has taken in previous tests, but it is one of the final things. So We should actually see Fire X start up before we see the spin prime. So if you start seeing it get a little bit misty underneath the pad, then that means we're pretty dang close. But engine chill is a great sign that we should be literally just minutes, if not less. Andy says, "I'll wait for the rest of the test." That's how you do it. Heck yeah. And I appreciate that information, Michael Maxey. Thank you for forwarding that along, and thanks for stopping into our stream here. That is very helpful. And you're interested in that ship. FireX venting from booster quick disconnect. Okay, folks, if here. FireX venting from booster quick disconnect. Okay. So keep an eye on that gap between the legs of booster 9, or of the OLM underneath booster 9. And we should see that obscured by lots and lots of vapor pouring out of those engines very quickly. And hopefully that will be pretty shortly from now. This boat might be about 5 minutes away. It's hard to tell. It's coming directly at me, so, distance is tough. I am also going to pull up the NSF feed for myself here and take a look at what they are saying. Okay, so I see the venting from the BQD, like Michael was saying, but I don't see Fire X starting yet. And Andras with the gifted membership to Maros. Thank you very much, Andras, for the gifted membership. I'm talking like a robot because I am also keeping my eyes peeled on what is happening on the booster. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think I have... Oh, what am I seeing here? Watch for venting from engine skirt. Makes sense. I think I've worn out everything that I could say to tell y'all how much gratitude I have for y'all supporting the channel. I am definitely repeating myself, but I would rather repeat myself than seem ungrateful because your support means more than you know. So thank you so much. Yep, this ship is getting pretty close now. GSE tanking, venting has blocked view. Yeah, yep. It has. And it very well might do that for the spin prime. The ship is getting very close now, and I do think it is wind turbines. I bet you this ship is going to block the test. This is going to be great. Is it an LNG tanker? Nah. Actually, it just turned, and I can very clearly see the wind turbines. I think it's actually the blades. I thought it might have been the shaft, but I think it's the blades. Definitely. This should be cool to see, actually. Work lights are now on at launch site. Okay, okay. Hoping that our view doesn't get too blocked by the rest of that venting. This boat's just a couple minutes away at this point, this ship. It is just past 8 p.m. Central Time. I think this is probably going to be the latest spin prime that we've seen here at Starbase, I think. At least since the early tests back in the day. All right, my camera is recording. Don't blink or you'll miss it. Maybe, if it ever happens. And now we pretty much can't even see into that gap. Road closure should be ending now. No, I don't think it ends until 3 a.m. this time around. Usually, yeah, they usually do 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.s, but today was 3 to 3, I think. Oh, this is cool, this ship coming in. You'll have a good view of it. I will be tempted to kind of zoom out. Oh, my focus is going to get screwed up here because of the lighting here. We might need to switch over to everything on manual. I can only imagine we probably have 10 minutes left of like actual usable light. So this could end with no visual sight of this test, but sound of gas venting. Okay, so that could be Fire X starting, and we could be seeing this spin prime if these visual conditions will actually allow us to see it. Is it happening now? I see a lot of activity under the OLM. Really hard to see, but it might be going right now. I'm gonna pull up NSF. I don't think no Fire X. Okay. So not yet. And this boat is going to be passing in 1 minute. 1 minute. This ship. GSE venting again. Interesting. All right, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit to capture this ship. Actually, you know what? I'm going to zoom out with... All right, here's the ship we've been waiting for in 30 seconds. You're going to first see the tug, and then you're going to see the ship. It looks really cool, actually. Heck, if we missed this spin prime, then at least we got to see this cool ship. There's the tug. Oh, I need to zoom way out. And then you'll start seeing the ship here. Meanwhile, the spin prime's probably happening in the background. Look at that. No spin prime yet? Okay, that's good news. This ship's almost gone. That was pretty cool, though. Wind turbine blades, yep. Thank you, Detroit. Go figure. We've been out here for over 4 hours. I've been out here for more than 4.5. With plenty of daylight, and now they're going to wait until we have no light left. Hey, but that's okay. That's okay. I think I will have to start fiddling with some settings here, so hopefully I don't completely screw things up while it's happening. So let's try that now. Iris is open. Any moment now. We've lost all visual quality, but that's all right. Distance is working against me, yeah. Yep, that's all right. Oh, we have more blades coming in probably 20 minutes. Space Girl Falcon says, appreciate you being there, Andrew. Thank you very much, and it is my pleasure, and I am seeing that gap close. Is that the spin prime or is that venting? That might be the spin prime happening now. Skirt vent. That's probably the spin prime we're seeing right now, folks. So there it is. So unfortunately, if they did it 10 minutes earlier, we would have had a beautiful shot of it. It looks like, is it still going? But hey, I am not complaining. I might be complaining a little bit, but I am still grateful for being able to be out here and seeing it. Even though we didn't really get the shot that I wanted to get. So, that's okay. Spin prime at 8:11:50. Very good. So, even though we didn't get a good sight of it from here, we did see it at least, so that's good. And more importantly, SpaceX was able to do the test that they wanted to do. Now, hopefully, they will look over the data from the spin prime and say that everything looks good. But this is all great news because this means they can move on to the next step. It's good that they were able to complete the static fire today, even though it was later than we wanted. It is really good because that means hopefully tomorrow or in the next day we can see the next static fire of Booster 9. Will I jump on camera for a second here? I think it's kind of crooked, but probably. I am sweaty. Oh, wow. Hey, look, this camera looks good, but it's because I don't have to zoom 5 miles. Where do I need to stand? So, thanks, everybody, for joining in. I feel like let's go over here a little bit. Thanks, everybody, for joining in. My name is Andrew, and this is Rocket Future. And we just saw the spin prime test, which is... Oh. I can hear the venting from here. I'm not sure if y'all can hear that, but that is some really loud detanking. I can hear it crystal clear. But that was the spin prime test. Booster is now detanking, which means they are likely done for testing for the night. And that was great. That was great. I'm really excited for whatever the next step is, which should hopefully be a static fire. So let's wait. Sometimes we hear some official word from SpaceX about these types of tests. Usually we'll hear about static fires and those types of things, but they seem to be getting more and more open about the testing campaign for Starship. So there's a decent chance that we might see a text from SpaceX later saying that they've completed a spin prime test and that they are going for a static fire on tomorrow or the next day or something. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled for any tweets from SpaceX to see if they can confirm or deny what the success of today's test was. That's another test captured. We got another one on video. Let me stop recording. Not in ideal conditions, but hey, if it was always ideal conditions, then this would be too easy. This is part of the adventure. This is part of the fun. And, while, I guess I'm a bit disappointed, but that just makes the next one better. When I get that good shot, when I get that perfect shot, those are made so much better by having nights like this where it maybe just didn't work out perfectly, but that's okay. So thanks everybody for joining us. I really appreciate everybody, and we've had some actually insane support from the community here today. Thank you very, very, very much, Evans, for all of the gifted memberships. Thank you, Andres, for all of the, I think, gifted and donos. And thanks, everybody, for being a member. Space Girl Falcon, thank you for being a member. Andres also with the gifted membership. We had some more members in here earlier. Detroit, thank you for being here as always. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Ben, thanks for being a moderator. Dad, thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you very much. And I know there's one more that I'm missing. Tiffany, thank you so much. And I think there was even one after Tiffany, too. Detroit Mission Control with the super, is it technically a super chat or super sticker or whatever it is? Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate you, Detroit. Your support means a lot to this community. So Michael says, waiting for SpaceX to report how many engines and spin prime tests. Yeah, that'll be a great indication for if the static fires tomorrow. Like if we saw all engines spin prime tonight, then I would expect all to static fire tomorrow. So that's kind of it. I promised y'all a view of the moon, so let me give you a view of the moon. There it is. There is your view of the moon. That might have been worth it, the whole stream. That was good right there. Raptor 3 says, okay, guys, who's ready for static fire tomorrow? I am definitely ready for static fire tomorrow. Let's do that. I do have some work that I got to do tomorrow as well. So I think the plan is going to probably be to take my morning work meeting, drive here, and then work from here. And obviously I will have the stream going for y'all, and I will be jumping in on auto commentary when I'm able to take breaks. But that is what's happening hopefully tomorrow. Ben said, whoa, half the moon is gone. That's crazy. Yeah, I think it was actually from the last launch. Unfortunately, Detroit Mission Control says, next destination, moon. Welcome. Dad says, wow. Very, very cool. Let's go full screen on that. All right. I am going to leave you with... Oh, actually, let me... there's one more set of turbines going by, but you all saw the turbines earlier. I think you all like the moon a little bit more. So I'll leave you with this view of the moon for just a few minutes while I start breaking everything down. But that was everything. My name is Andrew. This is Rocket Future. Don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel. I know I've said that a few times, and I always say it every stream, but it really does help. And you can find all of our socials at The Rocket Future. Pretty much on every social that you'll find, we're The Rocket Future. Yeah, that's about it. So thanks, everybody. I appreciate you very much. We'll see you next time. My name is Andrew, and peace out. And Andres with the last little super sticker to close off the stream. I don't mean little super sticker. Thanks for the super sticker. Thanks all. See ya. Bye. And Space Girl Falcon tries to sneak in without anybody noticing with the very, very amazing, amazing super chat. Thank you very much, Space Girl Falcon. Do you mind if I ever say your like actual name on stream? Is that a no-no, or is that okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks, Dad, too. Appreciate you.